can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the World Series of Poker circuit event, No Limit Hold'em, the mini main event, day 2. Delighted to be here with you this evening. In seat 1, we have Jonathan Lafont. Seat 2, Christophe Blumer. Seat 3, Emile Bies. Seat 4, Marvin Hake. Seat 5, Christian Dalder. Seat 6, Jan Bednar. Seat 7, Stefan Offiara. Seat 8, Sheldon Cooper. And Seat 9 is Charles Givens, all the way from the USA. Just waiting to get the action back underway here. You are in for a treat. This is another mammoth event. My name is Dan. Action Dan. I will be bringing you all the action from the World Series of Poker Mini Main Event Circuit event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We had a whopping, and I mean a whopping, 3,359 players in this tournament, with a €250 buy-in, generating a prize pool of well over $500,000, 40-minute levels. We'll just see the chip stacks. The shortest stack with 1 big blind. Our chip leader just with 25 big blinds currently. The beast, Emil Bees, with 23 big blinds. Most players at the table in between that 10 to 20 big blind zone. Just 2 players with under 10 bigs. The small blind is 30k, big blind 60k, with a running 60k big blind ante. And we will play the guts of another 8 levels tonight, 7. Anyways, we'll be back tomorrow. We will play down to a winner of this huge, huge event. How are you all in this Twitch chat? Let me know how you're getting on this September Sunday evening. I will have the payouts for this event for you in its entirety soon enough. Don't fear. Hello, Ivan. How are you? Come on in. You're just in time. Just about to get the action underway. And I expect to see fireworks as per usual at King's. But this event, 40-minute clock. Players have got to work with those chips. Price goes up when the blinds go up. Every move magnified at this late stage. Players will be tired. This is late into day 2. I can confirm we are in the money. There are 110 players remaining from a starting field of 3,359 runners. It's a €250 buy-in for the World Series of Poker Circuit event, the Mini Main. The action is underway, so here we go. There you can see in the top right hand corner of your screen, the average stack is 1.5 million at the moment. 109 players remaining. As I aforementioned, the small blind will be 30k starting off, 60k for the big blind with a running 60k big blind ante. Round to Marvin. And he will be raising off just over 15 big blinds. Mid position 1 under the gun +3 with ace of diamonds, 10 of hearts. Sheldon with the pocket sevens from the small blind. Good opportunity here for a rejam, playing a stack of just over 10 bigs. Does move all of his remaining chips all in the fella for 610k. The problem for Marvin here is it's nearly all of his chips. It's 485k more for him to call. And Sheldon playing a stack of just 10 big blinds is going to look very strong, moving all in from the small blind with limited amount of fold equity. Not that often we will see our players raise fold to 10 big blinds. The ace-10 offsuit fell into that category there. A nice pickup for the pocket sevens. Down to Jan from the hijack, Jack 9 of clubs, 12 big blinds. Just over 12 big blinds with 750k in his stack. Tries to let that one go. And the deuce is getting a walk. Or harm. I would expect to see a lot of bust outs as we reach the end of day 2. Players all guaranteed minimum €500, thereabouts. Bees raising with the ace-6 offsuit to 225k from under the gun. We will have the payouts for you, Pollock, momentarily. Hold tight. But in the meantime, I do know the first, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth place finishers in this mini main will all receive a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Bees taking that one down. If you're not familiar with this player, he's a huge King's Resort regular. Many accolades in this resort. Find out all his results on the Hendon mob. While we are at it, you can find out all the information about the King's Resort on the King's Resort website, www.kingsresort.com. Also have a merchandise store on the website. If you use the code STREAM10, get 10% off all your orders so you can dress like a king. Jan will let the Queen Jack offsuit go. Around to the small blind for Christoph. Playing 840k in or around 15 big blinds, just moving all in. Gets the 9 high of B's to fold. There you have it, folks. There are the payouts. The winner of this tournament will win a shocking €107,000. That is just incredible. Making the final table of this €250 buy-in is going to net you almost a 5-figure score. Top 6 will all get that ticket I just mentioned. First prize will take home €107,300, the title of the World Series of Poker Circuit Event Mini Main Champion. And the trophy and all the glory that comes with it. Hello, Johan. I hope you are very well, sir. Back once again. Back for more carnage. Stefan, ace king off suit, early position, 15 blinds. Just moves it all in. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen there are 105 players remaining from a starting field of 3,359 entries, and underneath the field every couple of hands you will see the average stack size. On the bottom right hand corner of your screen you will see the pot, how many hands we've played, and underneath that you will see the blinds also. The orange chips you see in front of the players are 5k. The blue chips you see in front of the players are 25k, and those grey chips are all 100k each. Stefan taking down the blinds and antes, which is totally fine with 15 big blinds. But from early position, we kind of want to give our opponents a chance to rejam on us or to call with an inferior hand, an inferior ace, an inferior king. No harm in taking down the blinds and antes, but that is a nice addition to our stack. However, we could get a lot of value from lesser hands calling and rejamming. Both options totally fine, of course. Takes the more conservative route by just jamming all in. Just crazy, crazy numbers for a €250 buy-in. I actually can't get over that. Every week when I come on, I see huge numbers and huge numbers, but for a €250 buy-in, our winner is going to take home over 100 grand. Over 110 grand, nearly 120 grand, including the €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe ticket. Cannot recommend the King's Resort enough for every kind of player, from the highest to the lowest. The must on your calendar. Meanwhile, Bees raising with the 6 deuce of hearts on the button. Quite a large size of 220k. Christian with the ace queen of hearts won't be going anywhere, however. Could opt to 3-bet or just go all in. He's coming in for a 3-bet. And the 3-bet is to 525k. I would like to think this is very much an in-juice. Juicing these to go all in over the top with a lesser hand. Christian to snap it off. I don't think he'd be moving all in with the 6 high. Johan, that is just staggering. 730 entries in Flight 1F on Saturday for a €250 buy-in. Everyone coming back then today for day 2. I would say there is a few tired heads in the room. Got to keep their wits about them. They've still this level and 6 more levels to play, as far as I know. Daily the chip counts. Charles Givens, our short stack with 4 big blinds. Our chip leader, Christian Adler, 29 big blinds. He's with 20, and everybody else at the table with less than 20. So expect to see a lot of action. As the blinds go up, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the players. Still a 40-minute clock and a lot of maneuverability around your stack size. But you've got to put those chips to work, because you will get eaten alive by the blinds and antes constantly coming around attacking your stack. Not to mention the bigger stacks attacking the smaller stacks. Christoph, Queen 9 offsuit, the hijack, lets that one go. These put off Ace 8 offsuit, 20 big blinds. I'm raising to a cool $250,000. Not really wanting much action, would rather just take the blinds and antes with a hand like Ace 8. Now Marvin with King Jack of clubs on the button, playing exactly 10 blinds. This is a good spot for him to rejam normally, but Bees has made it quite a large size. This is unfortunate for Bees, but he's going to be priced in here with ace-8. There's no two ways about it. He's got 250k in. It's less than 100k more than 250k more to call, so 1 million in the pot. It's 360,000 for him to call. He'd be down to 10 big blinds himself if he loses this. Problem is he's just priced himself in by making it 250k pre-flop. Hello, Bird. Nasty spot for Bees. He doesn't like it. He is going to be ahead, which he most likely would not be expecting. Not gonna like it at all, but it's 6 big blinds more when you break it down, mathematically speaking. The odds are just a bit too good, in my opinion. But he decides against it, rightly thinking that his ace-8 is going to be crushed. On this occasion, however, he was ahead. He's not going to be ahead often there. Marvin's hand has to be super strong, knowing that he has no fold equity. Not much has changed with the chip counts, only these down to 15 bigs now. You can see they're all very, very similar. 29, 18, 17, 16, 16, 15, 14 and 10. They're all fighting in between that 10 to 20 big blind mark, except for the chip leader almost hitting 30 bigs and Charles down at a miserable 4. Charles will be forced to make a move very soon. Yes, Lightning Soul on this occasion, he had nearly double the 36%. He had 63. It wasn't to know that that was absolute best case scenario. He's also going to be flipping against some small pairs if his opponent jammed. His opponent's range becomes very strong, knowing that he basically has no fold equity. We only needed 36% to call, and his ace-8 offsuit would surely have that. This is not the final table, Tinky Winky. There are 102 players remaining from a starting field of 3,359. Meanwhile, Charles all in for his last 4 bigs before the blinds are about to hit him with ace-8 of diamonds. He's asking for a count with king-9 offsuit. He will just call the 4 big blinds, leaving himself with about 11.5 big blinds behind, 695k. Round to the small blind of Mian. And everyone will fold. Charles all in for 255k. He's king-9 offsuit, 660k in the middle. Charles ahead. He's will need help. Charles 59% to stay in the tournament. He's 41% to crack the ace-8 of diamonds. The flop is Jack 7-6, 1 diamond. Decent flop for Givens, up to 72% now. Third of 3 of clubs. Ace needing a king or a 9. It's a queen. Givens doubling up. He's losing just about 4.5 big blinds there, but still about 25% of his stack all the same. Out to Christoph, ace-6 of spades. Playing about 16 big blinds. It's a go. Everyone folding now. Down to the cutoff, who I don't think will be opening 4-3 offsuit. So it is the button. 7-6 of clubs. 10 big blinds. Stefan in the small blind here with king deuce offsuit, deciding what to do with 15 big blinds. As we have exactly 100 players remaining from a starting field of 3,359. average stack almost approaching 1.7 million now, as 100 players only remaining. I would expect to see many bust outs before day 2 is completed. Hello, Apocalypse UK. I can only imagine you had a crazy busy week, sir. Hope you are well. Sheldon with the 9-4 offsuit with 14 big blinds in the small blind. Probably debating in his head whether to call the small. Wouldn't expect him to be shoving. Maybe decide to raise. If that's true, Lightning Soul, that's going to be an interesting dynamic if people can believe they can see his cards through his glasses. I don't know. Surely that has been brought to his attention, if that is the case. It's not exactly the first hand of day 1. I was more thinking in terms of the players at the table. Round to B's, pocket deuces, 695k. Well, it is a game of concealing as much information as possible and getting as much information as we possibly can from our opponents. So if it is hindering how much information we are giving away, then it's definitely a problem. While we are on the subject, what do you think are the best poker glasses to be wearing at the table? Let me know in the chat. 97 players remaining now, raised to 125k from the 9-7 of diamonds of Christian. Sheldon on the button, Jack 10 of clubs, playing a stack of 14 big blinds. See if I was getting, when I have to get my eyes checked soon enough. When I do, I will look into getting some glasses that will serve 2 purposes, that can help me see at the table and also act as shades. No point in getting some dope sunglasses and then you can't see out of them. Not exactly trying to protect yourself from the sun, the King's Resort at the table, but the light can be very off-putting at any feature table. Some people are more sensitive to light than others, and I would definitely fall into that category. Round 2. Looks like Charles folded an ace-7 offsuit. Jonathan letting the worst hand of the deck go with the 7 deuce off, and the queen 10 getting a walk. I wanna walk you home. Do 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 do. I really like the glasses that the main World Series of Poker main event champion was wearing at the final table, Espen Jorstad. I do think if you really look at the top players, a lot of them don't wear sunglasses. They're not fazed by it. I just think there is that advantage that you can be looking at someone else and they don't know whether you're looking at them or not. Depending on how many people are at your table, of course. Stefan with ace-9 off suit. Lets that one go. And the Queens of Givens moving all in for 660k. Queen just taking the blinds and antes. Did only have 10 big blinds, so it is tough to just raise without looking really, really strong. And from the cutoff, Jonathan Lafont, ace-6 of spades, moving all in for just over 15 big blinds. And it's looking like we're going to see some action. Christoph not going anywhere with 2 10s from the button. 16 big blinds. Basically playing the same stack. Because Christoph way out in the lead here. He would be left with, I think, half a big blind if he was to lose this against the ace-6 of spades. That gets the blinds out of the way. We have all in and call. Action. All in the fella, all in the other fella. 2 million in the middle. Big moment here for both of these players with 94 players remaining. 2/3 of the time, the 10s are going to defeat or hold against the ace-6. Here's the flop. It is 9-5-3, 1 spade. Backdoor straight draws, backdoor flush draws working for Lafont. An ace also, of course. The turn is the 3 of hearts. About as good a card for the 10s as one could hope for. 90% now as we hit the river. That river is the king of hearts. We have an elimination in Jonathan Lafont, Christophe Blumer. We'll double up, have a healthy stack, especially at this table. There are a lot of short stacks at this table, Bird, you are correct. I think this is the nature of a tournament though. That is 40-minute blinds, late day 2, and having that much runners. .92 players remaining now. So we come around to B's on the button. King, Queen of Diamonds playing 545k that will go in all in. With the small blind now 40k, the big blind now 80k, with a 80k running big blind ante. Gets that one through. We'll be playing a stack of just under 10 big blinds. Well, a lightning soul it is. a form of a squid game. There can only be one winner. Players have lots and lots of different tasks throughout the length of a 3-day tournament. That's why we love it. Also, it can be quite uncomfortable playing at the feature table, especially if it's your first time in front of the lights, camera, action. It can be quite intimidating. We are very far from the final table, but in theory, these players have come through a field of nearly 3,500 people. They have been playing all day yesterday, all day today. They know that the end is in sight for day 2. They need to be very careful picking their spots, attacking the right blinds. I always talk about on this channel, decision fatigue. You can only make so many good decisions in one day. The pressure of all of those factors combined can make it quite uncomfortable to be at the feature table, but you just have to play your game. The more calm and collected you are at that table, the better you are going to perform. It is when anxiety kicks in and nerves that our brain plays tricks on us and can make us make horrible decisions to change the course of our future in the tournament. So a good way to accumulate chips is to get pocket aces, and that is what Christoph Boomer has here under the gun +2. He's paying just over 2 million. Raising to 2.5 times the big blind for 200k. Just taking the blinds and antes can be soul crushing. That's the way it goes when you're holding such an awesome hand. Better than losing a huge pot with pocket aces, that's for bloody sure. But it can be quite disheartening. You wait a long time to pick up a big hand, just everyone folding in rapid succession around you. And look at this. Stefan shoving in the small blind with 10-7 offsuit. Sheldon with the two ladies. We'll call, of course, 90 players remaining. Just 14% here for Stefan with his 10-7 offsuit. Queen's 86% to get an elimination and scoop this pot of 1.6 million. Flop, 5-6 king. 6% now for Stefan. The turn, the ace of clubs. We have another elimination on our hands. Sheldon will get a bit richer. Nice hand to pick up blind be blind when your opponent shoves into you. Sitting there, sitting pretty with the two ladies. Nice moment for him. Not so much for Stefan. Look at this, another big pair. That's 4 hands in a row. 10s, aces, queens, and now the Space Cowboys. I mean, these bees all in from early position, playing just under 10 big blinds. Yes, those grey chips you see in front of the players are all 100k chips. The blue are 25ks and the orange are 5ks. Now Jan in the cutoff here playing just about 7 big blinds with ace-jack. Tough to get away from this with 87 players remaining. Shove coming from early position, but we're not playing that big of a stack ourselves. The ace-jack going to be in good shape most of the time from a shove of a similar stack size coming from early position. But on this occasion, he's sitting there with a monster. That's a go. Incredible that he got away with from that hand, considering these as pocket kings. Sheldon debating something here with ace-9 offsuit, but I wouldn't think it'd be strong enough. The all-in coming from early position. Still, he's going to have a little ramble with his chips. mull it over. This is close enough decision for Sheldon. I know we just seen our opponent fold, player at the table folding ace-jack, but it is still under 10 bigs, and he's just doubled up, so he's going to be feeling confident. He folds. Charles getting out of the way. He's showing the kings at kings. 86 players remaining now. Not so happy is not so happy about how long players are taking. In general, not so happy. The game moves pretty fast, and we don't often have to give out about clocks being called at King's Resort. In general, everything is on point. Players are always very friendly with each other and not taking the piss, if you will, in terms of tanking for several minutes at a time. Please, other hand to shove. Pocket sevens this time. Sheldon, Queen 10 off suit on the button. I believe is moving all in over the top here with Queen 10 off suit. We folded. It's Charles. This is our fifth big pair, 5 hands in a row. Wow, wow, wow. Charles with the aces, these with the pocket sevens, 1.5 million in the middle. The flop, ace, 8, 4, 2 clubs. Evans, 98% here. Turn seals the deal. He's going to lose a big chunk. Gibbons will get the guts of a million chips richer. Updated the chip counts. B's now playing 3 big blinds. Rozvadov out in front with 28. 5 of our players in between 10 to 20 big blinds. Kozma, our new player at the table, with 9, and Jan Bednar with 7. Just 2 players at our table over the 20 big blind mark. The average stack almost at hitting 2 million, 84 players remaining. These all in under the gun and King Queen offsuit for 295k. Call's been the small 5-4 spades, playing 9 big blinds. Asking for a count. Cosman knowing most likely has 2 live cards here, albeit 5 high, but they are suited. Goes call on the small for 255k more. It's almost a fair fight here, guys. 750k in the middle. 5-4 of spades plays King Queen offsuit. Flop, Jack Jack 7. Turn is the 4. These in serious trouble here now, hitting the river. River, the deuce of clubs. Kozma will eliminate a really, really strong player in Emil B's. This wasn't really his day. Got the feeling like he seemed very frustrated at the table from the get-go. Large raise sizes and not the usual comfortable self. He's in terrible shape against an overpair indeed. But a lot of the time our opponent is going to have two overcards, two high cards most likely. Meanwhile, Christian facing 180k. Charles just calling, it looks like, in the cutoff with queens, the two ladies. Wow, we are seeing so many big pairs here at this table, hand after hand. We've got a star-studded player in our chat, guys, Sidka. Hello, Sidka. Hope you are well. You're just in time. Come on in, the water's lovely. Two ladies here for Charles, just calling, leaving himself at 1.3 million behind. Risky business here from the two ladies. We will see the flop, which is ace 10 9. Christian out flopping the two ladies of Charles, flopping two pair, neither player with a heart in their hand. Bet of 130k. We expect Charles to see a turn for this kind of sizing. 690k in the middle, just 130k for him to call. Does just fold. That can work out one of two ways. We can stack our opponent when they flop a flush draw or a 9. Perhaps disguising the strength of our two ladies there, just calling in the cutoff. But with the original raise and the blinds and antes being so large, it's probably best to just rejam. If we get called, we're off to the races. We're out in front. Queen's a very strong hand, as you all know. 81 players remaining now. Jan moving all in under the gun with Queen Jack off suit. To a full table here. Cosma in the cutoff pocket sevens. Would be for about half his stack. Would have to call 600k. He's playing a stack of 1.3 million. Another big pair, this time on the button for Christoph. The Cowboys are kings. Does move all in for just over 2 million, 2.1 million. Marvin getting out of the way with king 6 off suit. Possible there's a pay jump. I'll have to check this out. No, not another pay jump for another 10 eliminations. All players now guaranteed over a grand, €1,144. When we reach 71 players, all players will be guaranteed €1,689. A jump of about 2 buy-ins. All those buy-ins in the pay jumps make big differences. Flop 8-9-6, 2 spades. Good shot for Jan. Turn 9 of diamonds, 88% now for the kings. If Jan does not see a 10, he will be eliminated. That is a queen of diamonds. Jan eliminated. We are down to 80. Christoph out in front of this table by a lot now. .79 players remaining now as Marvin has 9-8 off suit on the button, playing a stack of 8 big blinds. He's out the way, round to the small blind of Christian. Ah, lads, this is crazy. Big pair after big pair after big pair at this table, hand after hand after hand. 2 ladies now in the small blind for Christian. Jack 9 off suit for Sheldon. The raise is 210k. Sheldon $130k more for him to call, but it's Jack 9 off suit to see a flop. Sheldon really mulling this one over. Gelly here. Another big hand, this time not a pair, but still ace king. If you like poker, which I assume you do if you're on a poker stream, you've got to go see the King's Resort. You can find out all the information about the resort on the King's Resort website at www.kingsresort.com. It's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger over there. A sight to behold. Cater your needs in any way we're looking for. Christian on the button here, 9-7 offsuit, facing a raise of 180k coming from the hijack. Low Zemmas, good to see you back. Gelly, King Queen of Hearts, under the gun +1, 31 big blinds, stack of 2.5 million. Gelly raising to 180k, Cosma folding. Gelly will just take the blinds and empties and move his stack to 2.7 million. 200k up for grabs there every hand now with the big blind at 80k. Posting your big blind ante and your small blind. You're just going to sit there and fold. You're going to be losing 200k chips every round. Update the chip counts here. Cedric Renault, our short stack with 6 big blinds. Also Marvin on 6. Charles with 10. The rest over 10. If you like Omaha, you missed a real treat last weekend. I was commentating on the Sunday and Monday of a €2,350 ELO big wrap event, and it was action-packed. I thoroughly enjoyed it. A lot of you tuning in for that one. No one could stop the Finnish guy, Lauri Voronin, taking that one down. Seven players remaining now. As the lines have gone up, I do believe 50k small blind, 100k big blind with 100k big blind running ante. Charles raising or calling on the button with 10 big blinds with ace-8 of spades. Interesting choice of limp with the ace-8 of spades, playing just 10 big blinds. Well, 11, give or take. Cosma calling the additional 50k. Christoph checking. Three-way action to the flop, and the flop is king 10-9, one spade. We expect this one to go check, check, bet. A great flop for Charles, but he does have the initiative here in position on the button. With the backdoor spades and ace high, he decides to check. Scary enough flop. Turn coming, the king of clubs pairing the board. Now Cosma reaching with the 6 high, playing a stack of just 10 bigs himself. We'll bet 110k, just one big blind, a little bit of cheese on top. Christoph will fold his low inside straight draw, would need an 8 to make it straight, lets it go. Charles, just one big blind to call with his ace high. Will call, 620k in the middle. See the river, which is the 7 of diamonds. Now Cosma has to know he can't win with 6 high. He's reaching, this time for 250k. Now Charles, just with ace high. Will fold. Cedric Renault all in for 630k from under the gun +2. Unaware of what his cards are at this current moment in time. Charles Givens would get out of the way from the cutoff with pocket 7s, folding the walking sticks for sticks big blind all in. Off with ace-10 off suit on the button. 75 players remaining now. Six big blinds in his stack, 2.6 million. Will min, or not min raise, will go for the full 3x from the button here to 300k. Gelly, the small blind with ace-5 of diamonds, playing a very, very similar stack. A fantastic opportunity to just jam all in. The problem is Christoph has made it 3 times the big blind, so this is going to look stronger and will be a stronger range overall compared to just a min raise to 200k. But having said all that, a hand as strong as ace-5 of diamonds for the re-steal here to take down that 550k already in the middle. Not an opportunity you want to pass up too lightly. It all comes down to how strong you think your opponent is opening the full 3x on the button. The reason Christoph raising the full 3x is to show that he is committed to calling the big blind. Hake jamming his last 5.5 big blinds in the big blind with ace-jack offsuit. Ace-jack offsuit way out in the lead against the ace-10 offsuit. 10 in the window. 10, 7, 5, 1 diamond. 1.3 million in the middle. Turn the deuce of spades. Stuff way out in front here at 94%. River, another 10 would eliminate Marvin Hake. With that elimination, it looks like we are playing 7-handed for the minute. A very quick all-in from Cedric from under the gun with 8 big blinds, 880k over the line. Ace-4 of spades, 71 players remaining now. That means we have hit the pay jump. All players now guaranteed €1,347. The difference in a buy-in, not 2 buy-ins that I had previously stated, between 72nd place and 71st place. Christoph with ace-king, the cutoff, asking for a count. Action. So much action, and I'm not even commentating 2 hours, 1 hour and 42 minutes. I am live. 30 hands. We have seen crazy amount of eliminations. Be expected late on day 2 of a circuit event. This will get Christian out of the way. Diedrich going to need serious help. Okay, guys, the reason he is tanking there, he doesn't want to look as strong as Ace King and just go all in immediately over the top. But he is entitled to take his time and posture for a moment on his decision. Every decision so important. The 4 flopping for Cedric here. This could be a huge double up for him. The Ace King now in trouble. The turn coming to 7 of spades. River to 6 of spades. It's not about how much chips other people have. It's about not wanting to look as strong as he is, with holding a hand as strong as Ace King. He may get called lighter behind if he takes his time. I know that there's 2 all-ins. The all-in is for 8.5 big blinds. He is moving all in for 25 to 28 big blinds. If he just automatically moves all in over the top, he doesn't even think about it without counting his chips or having a posture about it. He has to have a hand as strong as Ace King plus, in my opinion. That is why you will often see players stall, take a moment to really think about what way they want to be perceived with their all in over the top or their call. Very easy. Very easy to make judgments and perceptions, but all of that goes out of the window when you are sitting at that table and those cards are in front of you, and every decision matters so much, especially late in day 2. Every player wanting to make day 3. Yes, he has to shove with Ace King. He doesn't have a decision on whether he is going to fold. It's just that he wants to wait a moment to not look as strong as he is. Could get a crying call behind him by a bizarre hand. You just don't know. That would be my analysis of the situation. He might just want to call and allow his opponent to go back over the top. He wouldn't really do that with Ace King, but he has to deliberate for a moment and make sure he's doing the exact right thing. I always talk about decision fatigue, but at this time, you mess up a hand, that could cost you your tournament. I'm not just talking about having a hand as strong as Ace King. Me there talking to Bird, and he has just declared to the chat that he has no sound. Well, that's no good. No bueno. Back to the action. 2.4 million. The average stack is almost approaching. Sheldon with pocket 9s under the gun. 13 big blinds, 14 big blinds. Once or twice I have muted my mic and not unmuted, talking to the wall. That is to be expected from time to time when you are streaming for 8 and 10 hours at a time. Sound would be quite important. Where would we be without being able to hear the faint sounds of the music in the background? The players playing with their chips, and of course, me, Action Dan, bringing you all the action live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. 69 players remaining now. And our new player at the table, Rozvadov, playing a whopping 48 big blinds with ace-8 offsuit, calls to the small. A horrific flop for the pocket nines on king, queen, jack, rainbow. Sheldon betting 225k. Interesting choice for Sheldon to bet this flop. He could just check behind, but then opens the door to being bluffed. But Rozvadov just pouring it on him. Moving all in over the top with just ace high. Interesting play from the new player at our table. That will do, and that will get the job done. You can't afford for too many of those C-bets to not get through. Losing $500,000 there, just that hand. There or thereabouts. Interesting to see what comes of our new player at the table. Moving all in with just a good shot. Ace high. Eight players remaining now. This average stack almost 2.5 million. Pocket fives here for Cosma. He folds. Yali. Queen, jack of clubs, 24 big blinds. $225k. The raise from the hijack. Sheldon, 125k to call, queen 4 offsuit. Getting good odds to see a flop, but That dangler of a kicker with his queen is not going to be very helpful. .68 remaining now. Gelly, ace-9 off suit, early position. Christian raising from the hijack with 7-5 off suit to 225k. Bye, Bird. Have a nice evening. Charles, 125k more for him to call with ace-4 off suit. Will come along. Ten 7-5 is the flop. 2 pair for Christian. Not much in it for Charles. Just with ace high on it. Fairly wet board. Christian will take that one down. Charles folding is ace high. The Porotov's chip stack 5.7 million, 57 big blinds. Gelly the closest with 27, Christoph 24, Christian 22, Diedrich 17, Cosma 15, Charles 7, and our short stack is playing 5 big blinds. queen offsuit for Christian. Raising 225k. Cedric in the cutoff, 1.7 million with king queen of clubs. Nice hand to see a flop, or could consider a rejam. Don't really want to be folding a hand this strong. Does just go for the call. Sheldon, our short stack, or our second short stack at the table, Jack 8 offsuit. The button be folding. Raise from king queen, getting called by king queen. Cosmo in the big blind. Not much going on for him there with the jack 5 offsuit. Will concede. Then 4-3 is the flop, 2 spades. Christian missing. Flop. Backdoor straight draws will come in for him. Does he want to check or bet? He's reaching. $150k. Cedric to call. We'll call. The turn is the 10 of diamonds. Six players remaining now. We've had 2 or 3 more eliminations. Check from Christian. Interesting now. Renault betting 275. This sizing designed to rep a 10 or a mid pair. Try to get an ace high type hand to fold. Hard for Christian to continue. Just king high. That's a go. Nice pop for Renault, getting his opponent to fold the same hand. The power of position and initiative. Sheldon, hello. Sheldon Cooper waking up. Pocket rockets in the cutoff, 670k, 6.7 big blinds. What a time to be alive. Not going to pick up better opportunity, this short stacked. Cosmo with the King 10 of Hearts. There's 12 big blinds, the small blind. Would be for half a stack. Thinking the all-in is just for a little over 5 big blinds, and it's a great opportunity for us to gamble. If I was playing this hand, I would just move all in, because if the big blind did wake up with a hand and move all in over the top, we are going to be getting astronomical pot odds to call off with our King 10 of Hearts, so we might as well just put it in now. As it stands, Sheldon, serious favourite to double up, even bigger now. It's all but over. There's running straight cards, quads, turn, sealing the deal. Sheldon will now have 1.5 million chips. Cosmo will be short with 6 big blinds, 630k. Stated the chip counts: Givens with 7, Cosmo 6, Cooper 15, Christian 18, Gustav 22, Renault 23, Gelly 27, and our overwhelming chip leader out in front with 57 big blinds is Andrei Horatov. Christian pocket queens under the gun. Now, this is just overplaying our two ladies here, moving all in for 18 big blinds into a full table with a hand as strong as this. We are just going to pick up the blinds and antes more times than not. We want to get action with our queens. really shooting ourselves in the foot, just moving all in for this many big blinds, and we've a hand this strong. Just gives the game away. I don't think we will be seeing Gally do much with 8 high here, asking for a count. I don't know what this is about. I don't think there is a pay jump looming. Another 10 players to go. And ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short break after this hand, but please do not go anywhere. We have 4 more levels to bring you tonight. Things are just heating up. Stay tuned for more action. Be back soon.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. It can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe Main Event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for more action. The mini main event of the World Series of Poker circuit. Our chip leader is Andrei Poratov with 47 big blinds. Our short stack with 5 big blinds is Cosma. Givens with 6, Cooper 12, Dalder 18, Bloomer 18, Renault 19, and Gelly with 20. The small blind, when we return in a moment, will be 60k. The big blind, 120k. with 120k running big blind ante. If you are just tuning in, my name is Action Dan. I'll be your host and commentator for this event. You are just in time. We have 4 more levels tonight. We are late, deep into day 2. We had a starting field of nearly 3,500 runners. We're well inside the last 100 now. All this action will be brought to you live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. You can find out all the information about the King's Resort on the King's Resort website, www.kingsresort.com. And there you will also find we are running a special promo just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10. You get 10% off your order at the King's shop so you can dress like a king. Just waiting for the action to get restarted. Dun, dun, dun. And here we go. Just look at those graphics in the background. So beautiful, vibrant colors. I always find myself gazing at underneath the table at those lights before the action starts also. Some sort of an alien life form. What it reminds me of. There'll be a lot of pressure on the players now. The blind's gone up again. Over 100k just for the big blind alone. You've got to post another 120k for the big blind ante. Plenty of chips to work with. 40-minute clock. Orange chips are 5k, blue chips 25k, and the grey chips are 100k each. At the top right hand corner of your screen you can see there are 62 players remaining from a starting field of 3,359. This was a €250 buy-in, generating a whopping prize pool. The winner for a €250 buy-in tomorrow at the King's Resort is going to receive €107,300. Very important to note that first, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth will all receive €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Always creates an interesting dynamic. Meanwhile, back to this interesting dynamic. Christopher, 630k for him to call. Cosma waking up with the 2 ladies in the cutoff, just playing 5 big blinds. Lapshiki 79 in the big blind. King Deuce of Hearts will let that one go. Cosmo will show the ladies. 61 players remaining now. The average stack 2.75 million. Round to Sheldon. I think it's 10-9 go. Apshiki, 79, the small blind, ace king off suit. Another elimination, 60 players remaining now. Raising to 360k. Cooper, ace 4 spades, 12 big blinds, early position. Another elimination this hand, 59 players remaining now. Stuff, the hijack, queen 8 of hearts, playing 18 big blinds. Christian, ace jack off suit, small blind, playing 15 bigs. They're thereabouts. Raising to 250k, so not much more than a min raise. Now, 4 of 12, 9 deuce of clubs. Playing 45 big blinds, which is a huge stack at this table currently. Called 130k more. We will see the flop, which is king, queen, 8, 2 spades. $275k is the bet. Jelly in the hijack, Jack 9 of diamonds, playing 20 big blinds on the dot, 0.4 million. Another big pair, this time is for our new player at the table, Abshiki. Pocket Kings, 2 million in his stack. Raised to 310k. Hand 42, the World Series of Poker Circuit Event Mini Main. 58 players remaining. Average stack of give or take 3 million now. Renault, the small, King 7 of clubs, 285k to go. Bad timing here, however. Sheldon picking up the Jeffries, pocket jacks in the big, playing 10 big blinds. 1.3 million total in his stack. Just move all in and it'll be 1 million more if Renault was to call, so be near for nearly half his stack. Does posture for a moment before moving all in. Cedric Renault holding. Sheldon will take that one down. 57 players remaining now. Lapshiki, ace queen off suit, 18 big blinds. 0.3 million. His stack will raise to 265k. This event had a guarantee of $500,000. You can see from the top right hand corner of the screen we had 3,359 people enter, which is just astonishing numbers. Sheldon picking up ace king off suit from the small blind. $0.8 million is the all-in from Sheldon. For Lapshiki, this is 1.6 million for him to call. Very strong hand here with ace queen, but it is for most of his tournament be left with very little chips, a couple of big blinds if he was wrong. We can see Cooper has him crushed, but all of the time ace queen going to be ahead here, or at least flipping. Asking for the exact count. Tough spot indeed. Very hard to fold a hand as strong as ace queen in this exact scenario. Lapshiki in the tank. Just counting how much chips he'd be left with if he loses. His body language would not indicate to me that he is going to fold. Does push the chips over the line. He's going to get the bad news here. This is a huge pot and a huge moment for both players. Sheldon Cooper way out in the lead here with ace king. Lapshiki ace queen off suit, 3.9 million in the middle. Sheldon still almost a 60-40. 7-7-5. Got running clubs. 30% now for Lapshiki. Sheldon out in the lead with 70%. Byrne coming in 8 of spades. Lapshiki not getting the help he needs. He will be left with 440k. Sheldon Cooper will scoop this pot of almost 4 million. Andrei Porotov from the hijack, ace-9 off suit. Raising to 255k. Christian moving all in with the hand that done the damage. Sorry, no, there's an all in with ace-6 of hearts from Lapshiki for 440k. Christian with the ace-queen offsuit, 2.3 million in his stack, 19 big blinds. Moves all in over the top. Christian way out in front here with the opportunity to knock out a player. 1.2 million in the pot, which is 10 big blinds. Will be all she wrote for Lapshiki. Needing some help with some hearts or a 6. 1 heart on the flop. Backdoor straight and flush draw opportunities with just 18% for the ace-6 of hearts. The ace-queen way out in front. The turn coming to jack of clubs. 16% for the Lapshiki. Ace-queen, 84% as we hit the river. River is the deuce of spades, which means it's a split. Wow, boys are going to Splitsville. Lapshiki survives. River was a bit of a creeper on me. I didn't realize they'd split. The split nonetheless. Gotta be delighted with that if you're the ace-6 of hearts. All the way around to Gelly. Playing 4 off suit in the small. And Lapshiki getting a walk. He will now group his blinds and antes, be up to 5 big blinds. The comeback is on. David chip counts. Charles Givens and Lapshiki, the only 2 players under 10 big blinds. Renault with 15. Lomer 15. Gelly 17. Elder 20. Cooper 32. And out in front is that man there, Andrei Horatov. The average stack just over 3 million now, 55 players remaining. Cedric, ace jack off suit under the gun, playing 15 big blinds. Raising to 250k. Another elimination, 54 remaining. Round to Sheldon. His newfound gold is playing almost 4 million, 32 big blinds. Important to note there's a pay jump incoming. Thank you, Johan. 54 to 71 will all receive €1,347. There is a pay jump. 53rd place all the way to 45th place will all receive €1,689. Every pay jump mattering, every hand mattering more and more. King 6 off suit for the small. Pays to 250k. Abshiki cut off ace-8 off suit, 590k. Moves his chips over the line. Good opportunity for him to double up or steal the blinds and antes. Boratov asking for a count, can certainly afford it. 43 big blinds, a stack of 5.3 million from the small blind. Just wanting an exact count. I'm not sure on the stack size of the big blind, just deciding whether to call or rejam. I wouldn't suspect he's going to fold. Looks like the big blind has about 2.5 million, a little less. Just calling the 530k, get Cedric to fold his 10-5 of diamonds, so 2 diamonds already in the muck. Boratov, ace-3 of diamonds, having 28% against the ace-8 offsuit of Lapshiki. 1.4 million in the middle. Lapshiki at risk, of course. Boratov still have the guts of 5 million if he loses this hand. Flop, king, jack, deuce, 1 diamond. Turn, the 9 of hearts. Cheeky, 73% to double up here to 1.4 million. He's back in it. River, the queen of spades. But they've split. He hasn't. Here we go. It is the split that people were asking about in the chat. Lightning Soul. Thought the 8 was playing, but it was not. Good stuff with Ace Queen of Hearts. All in, 1.9 million. This will be the end of hand. 52 players remaining. 50 hands down. About halfway there. Up to 50 more hands to come tonight. Hope you're enjoying the action. Things are just heating up. I predict we will see fireworks towards the conclusion of this day. As is tradition, there's always a surprise around the corner in Kings. Meanwhile, Poratov raising with the creative 5-4 offsuit from the cutoff. 250k to go. Cedric calling on the button with a really pretty Queen Jack suited. Sheldon weighing up his options from the small blind with King 10 offsuit. Not a good position to be in with this off-suited hand. I can understand why he's giving it some consideration with the size of the pot and how much he has to call, getting a reduction from the small. With a raise from the cutoff and a call on the button, our hand is just not playing too well here from the small blind. Gets out of the way. And Charles moving all in for his last 3 big blinds. He's actually dominating Porotov, which is quite interesting. 8-4 of clubs. He's got... Problem is his 4 is blocked. It is going to go 3 ways to the flop. $1.2 million in the middle, 10 big blinds. The flop is 9-8 deuce. Flop for Cedric with backdoor spades and an inside straight draw, 2 overcards. Charles, not much happening for him there, although he does have the pair of 8s. Turn coming to 9. Once again, Porotov's hand is not looking too pretty. So Charles actually 80% here to get a triple up. Oh, that's just awful. Terribly unfortunate here. The Queen of Diamonds rolling off on the river. Cedric. Eliminating Charles. Charles surviving till the river. Waiting and waiting a bit too long to get his last 3 big blinds in with just 8 high. He did flop the best of it. Although statistically Renault is nearly a fair fight to beat the 8. Backdoor spades, 2 overcards and a good shot. Unfortunate river for him. We lose another player. I think he was just had no problem running it against 3 big blinds in the big blinds, putting the pressure on. He knows he's a high player. He mightn't just call all in with a hand like 8-4 suited. So Porotov is in an advantageous position where he can open relatively willy-nilly with some shorter stacks behind him, but he does have to be careful now. Just because a big blind is basically pot commit does not mean they will pot commit themselves and put in the last of their chips. Porotov raising 400k as the blinds have gone up. The small blind is 80k, the big blind 160k, with 160k running big blind ante. I do not advocate that he should have raised with 5 high, but he's just putting pressure for the last 3 big blinds on the big blind. People pay their money, they can play their cards whatever way they want. We remember this regular from before, Goofy. He's back once again, this time with the Jeffries, hauling in the big blind for 240k more. We will see the flop, and the flop is 6-4-4 rainbow. I think it's safe to say, Lightning Soul, there are better spots to raise than raising 5 high. That is not even suited, but this is Kings. It would be boring if everybody just played by the book. That's why I love commentating. It's so much exciting action. Goofy will take that one down. Porotov conceding his ace high to a $500,000 bet from Goofy. All players now guaranteed €1,689. There will be another pay jump when we hit 44 remaining. All players will then be guaranteed over €2,000. Kings eating up. Average stack now 3.3 million almost. Blinds have gone up again. Will put extra pressure on the short stacks and will allow the bigger stacks to put more pressure on the small stacks. As you can see in the top right hand corner of your screen, we are down to the last 50 players remaining from a starting field of 3,359. All the players remaining have already outlasted 3,300 players. That will be playing in all of their minds. They know they're getting close to bagging up chips, going to bed, coming back for day 3 with a real shot, putting themselves in a position to win this title. Of course, that is many moons away yet. Meanwhile, Sheldon in the cutoff, King 8 off suit, 3.6 million, which is now 22 big blinds. Goofy raising from the small Queen 10 off suit to 380k. We are running a special promo just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off your order at the King's shop, so you can dress like a king. You'll find out all the information about that on the website, or all things about the King's Resort on the website www.kingsresort.com. We've had 2 more eliminations, 48 players now remaining. That means we are 4 players away from a pay jump. And then all players will be guaranteed €2,036. So keep that in mind. Renault, Ace King off suit in the hijack, 2.6 million, 16 big blinds in his stack. Raising to 350k. Was a €250 buy-in, matching the guarantee of $500,000. Winner tomorrow will take down the title, the Mini Main World Series of Poker Circuit Event champion, and the small sum of €107,300. And first, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth will all receive a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket to boot. Christoph has gone over the top with walking sticks, and we are about to have action. Renault not folding Ace King anytime soon. This is a dead even fair fight. 50-50 down the middle, flip a coin. 4.1 million in the middle. Huge moment for both players here with under 50 players remaining. Christoph with the walking sticks, pocket sevens. Cedric Renault, Ace King off suit, as we will see the flop. Flop is Queen 8-4, sevens still in the lead. Ace King needing help, 69% for the pocket sevens as we hit the turn. The turn is the 5 of diamonds. 85% now for the sevens, and Ace or King needed on this river. Or Renault, oh my god, he's hit it. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. That King on the river has eliminated Christoph. What a time to hit that river. Frenchman Cedric Renault now playing 30 big blinds, second in chips at the table. What a difference a card makes. Lapshiki 4 big blinds, Gelly 11, Dalder 15, Cooper 22, Orotov 29, Renault 30, and out in front 6 million is our regular at the King's Resort, Goofy. Poker is such a fickle mistress. That is why we love it. Always on the line between order and chaos. But if they just put Queen Jack 10 on the flop and didn't do it like that, it wouldn't be as exciting. We all love action. That hand was action-packed. 47 players remaining now, 3 players away from that pay jump. Another elimination. 46 players remaining now. Gelly in the small blind, Jack 5 offsuit, 1.7 million in the stack. Just over 10 big blinds. Today we play down to 24 players remaining for the end of level 30. We are now at level 28. Thank you, the main man Johan. And Gelly giving Lapshiki a walk. Unbeknownst, Gelly saving himself by folding an inferior hand. Who knows what way it would have played out if had he limped. He was debating a jam or some form of a play. But as it stands, Lapshiki gets another walk. That's his second now. A couple of orbits, and you do remember he was one card away from being out the door. I love a rags to riches story. The scrappy underdog fighting hard to get into those championship rounds. Goofy, cut off, ace queen off suit. I really like this new feature, having the big blinds in brackets beside the stack size and chips. It looks pretty and it makes my job a hell of a lot easier. So I give you the stack size and the big blinds. Before, I kind of leaned towards the stack size until there was a hand in progress, and then I would speak about the big blinds. Now we have the best of both worlds. 3.65 million is the average, 46 players remaining. 9 of spades for Sheldon, under the gun, +1. 3.6 million, which is currently 22 big blinds. I like rounding up, not rounding down. Estimations are good enough. when you look at a player's stack when you're at the table, you don't know the exact chip count. Especially if people have stacks of chips, you only need a rough estimate to know what you should do. Sometimes you can see a sneaky chip that appears out of nowhere and you've got something wrong, but that is why you will see people posture looking at all the stacks around the table, and then it's like, oh, what's he doing with his hand? There's a lot going on in a poker player's brain. There's so much information to be extracted from just sitting at the table watching other people, and indeed watching their chip stacks, which is so important in spots. It allows you to do certain things with your own chips, and as the dynamic changes, you need to adapt. Stay composed and be versatile. Yeah, that sucks, Apocalypse, so it does happen. That's where the old expression comes from, a chip in a chair. The chip fell down his side or something, or it was in a napkin from something he'd just eaten, and it slipped out of the napkin as he was standing up. Chip Reese, if I believe I am correct. He went on to win the main event, World Series of Poker. And they make for the best stories of all. Now, Lapshiki with a pocket pair here. Gonna have to move this over the line in the cutoff. What more do you want? Granted, we are 2 players away from a pay jump, but he is running on fumes. He's playing 4.5 big blinds, a little less than 5. And Lapshiki moving over the million mark. You can see just how important it is to be taking down these blinds and antes without any retaliation, shall we say. 400k adding to his 700k stack. Granted, he only has a few big blinds, but he is adding 2.5 to his 4. You do that a couple of times and you've essentially doubled up without anyone doing anything against you, and not having to worry about holding or getting lucky. Raise and take it. So efficient. Great strategy if it works. Christian raising from the cutoff with quite a speculative hand given his stack size in the 9 high, 9-7. The ace-5 of diamonds here for Leno. The small just wants to call here. Would have expected him to maybe re-jam or 3-bet, or he's getting a good price from the small. Thank you for your services, Johan, the man. See you tomorrow. Sleep well. Rest up, Buttercup. 45 players remaining now. one player away from pay jump. Flop is queen, queen 9. Flop for Christian, not that great of a flop for Renault. Does have backdoor diamonds to go along with his ace high. Christian with the betting lead here, playing just 10 big blinds behind, is going to look very strong. We've had a pay jump. 44 players remaining, all receive a minimum of €2,036. Goofy out in front with 40 big blinds. Abshiki are short stack with 6. Boratov with 29. Renault 26. Cooper 20. The rest of the players are under that 20 big blind mark. Average stack 3.8 million now. Abshiki all in, king queen off suit for 1.1 million. Goofy gets out the way with his 7 high. Lapshiki is on the up and up, takes the blinds and antes once more. He'll be nearly at 10 big blinds now. Just under it. Christian raising 360k with the Jack 9 offsuit. This guy looks like he's bringing heat to the table. In more than one rack, which usually means a good amount of chips, but depends what denominations are in his stack, I suppose. Like we're getting 2 extra new players. Christos Papadakis from Greece is in seat 9. Seat 2, you have an Italian player, Gianluca Camerata. Welcome. Christos playing almost 2 million. Camerata will be playing just under 4 million. Always love when new players get moved to the table, creates a new dynamic. Good for the game. Who doesn't love a bit of ruckus? Horatov, ace king of hearts. Raising to 350k. Horatov raising to 350k. Goofy calling with king queen off suit, and Gelly king queen of clubs in the small blind. This is a great spot for him to get all his money in, but the problem is Horatov is raised from early position under the gun +1, and Goofy is called on the button. Gelly just too good of a hand with his chip stack. Will move all in for 1.4 million. He knows he doesn't have much fold equity here, if any, but it's a great hand that's suited to try get the last of his readies in the middle. That's exactly what he's doing. Unfortunately for him, he's really screwed here, because not only has Horatov got a better suited hand in the ace king of hearts, Goofy is also has a queen that he will be folding, I would assume. Oh, just one king remaining in the deck, and that means there's only 2 queens remaining in the deck, so that's 9% for the king queen of clubs after making the good all in over a raise and a call. Just too much money up for grabs out there. Ten 6-5 would be the flop. 1 heart. There was another queen folded in the big blind. Yeah, just 3% now as the turn comes. The 6 of clubs, 3.5 million in the middle. River. Oh my God! It's the queen of hearts. Wow. Wow. Yelly with the 1 outer. Always a surprise around the corner of kings. 1 out. 1 time. Wow, will we walk? That will do for that man. This tournament's got to feel like a free roll from here on out, but you don't treat it like one, but that's a lot of luck there. I don't think anyone was expecting that queen on the river. Yeah, you've got to get lucky to get this far into the tournament for sure, but what a time to hit that river. Perfect spot. Basically tripling up, more than doubling up, that's for sure. That extra juice in the pot also. Abshiki deciding to call here from the small blind with a hand that would have just been an optimal candidate to just move all in with King 10 off suit. Just going to take down the blinds and antes, and he's done it twice already. He should just be going for it again here, in my opinion. Christian checking back with the 8-9. Double gutter. Not a good turn card for Christian though. Shiki sitting there with a king high flush draw now and pair of tens. Abshiki, surely to God, not folding on this turn. All in is the bet. Christian folds. Abshiki up to nearly 2 million now, 1.8 million. Sky making things work for him. The double gutter and the flush draw indeed, but Abshiki putting a stop to it all on the turn, rightly so. Sheldon raising to 400k. Camerata getting out of the way with ace-3 of hearts. Round to the big blind for Poratov. The option to defend with 6-4. Pass. 240k more. Not worth it, says he. EC W King. Certainly not playing down to the FT. The rules are we always play down to the last 24. So what you're seeing is towards the end of level 28, we will have one more level. Blinds will be small blind 100k, big blind 200k. With a 200k running big blind ante, we will have a short break. Then we will be back for the last level. You are more than welcome. Back to the action. Pocket rockets for Christian on the button. 2.5 million in his stack. 15 big blinds. Oh, wow. Action. Two ladies for Cedric. I don't see how all the chips are just going in the middle here, guys. Just moves all in. Christian doesn't even look back at his cards, knows that they are aces. Oh, unlucky for Cedric here. Not over yet, of course, but 5.2 million in the middle. What a moment for Christian. 77% here for him to double up to 5.2 million. Huge hit for Cedric's stack. The flop, ace, 8-4. That's going to do it. Unless we were to see running quads. And that's not one of those cards. Full house sealing the deal. Christian moving up to 5.2 million and Cedric losing a good chunk. He'll be left with 10 big blinds there or thereabouts. 5 million. Updated the chip counts. Renault, the only person now under 10 bigs. Slapshiki with 11. Gustos 12, Portov 18, Gelly 21, Cooper 22, Camerata 24, Christian 32, and just out in front as our chip leader is Goofy, paying 35 big blinds at 5.7 million. Yeah, you take off, Apocalypse. Thanks for your services and help, sir. Mind yourself. I will see you tomorrow. A small pause in the action as they rebalance tables. like the blinds have gone up. I think. Small blind 100k, big blind 200k. They're running 200k, big blind ante. Goofy raising to 455k, the Queen 10 suited. Sheldon with a great opportunity to just see the flop here with Queen Jack off suit. 255k board to call. Out kicking Goofy. Exciting to let that one go because the raise has come from such an early position. I would feel like he would defend if the raise came from a later position at the table. Average stack almost hitting 4 million now, 43 players remaining. Abshiki picking up a real hand here now in pocket tens, playing 9 big blinds. The stack is 1.8 million. A hand to just move all in here. Like he's coming in for a raise. Very large. Oh my word. How many big pairs have we seen in the 67 hands that I've commentated on this evening? It is just astronomical. Pocket Rockets moving all in over the top for Christian. Can't imagine Lapshiki is going to go anywhere. 1.2 million behind. He doesn't like it at all. He's working hard picking up those blinds and antes to get his stack back to fumes to nearly 2 million. But with a hand as strong as 10s and 575k already invested, leaving ourselves with 6 big blinds behind, I don't think we can just let our hand go. But he hates this, and he knows his 10s are not looking too hot. And in his view, he's most likely flipping at best. He doesn't realize that he's not just that far behind, but his opponent actually has aces. Basically, is believing he's flipping at best. Doesn't really see Christian going over the top that quick with 9s or 8s or 7s. The best case scenario, he would be in a coin flip situation, but the amount of money already invested does call Christian once more with the pocket rockets. Lapshiki being a good sport, not much he can do. 4 million in the middle, and he's going to need a 10 ball. He will be eliminated in 41st place. Flop, Jack, Jack 7. No help. Need one of the 2 remaining 10s. Turn coming to deuce of spades. And the river. Deuce of hearts. Shiki is being eliminated, and Christian will now be our chip leader at this table, I assume, with 7.5 million. He is indeed out in front, 1.5 million more than Goofy, then Camerata with 19 playing 4 million, Jelly, 17 big blinds, 3.5 million, Cooper 15 bigs, for the top 14, and 2 of our players at the table, Christos and Renault, both playing 7 big blinds apiece. Hello, Guy. Sheldon on the button playing 15 big blinds. Excuse me. Better off just moving all in. He does move all in for 3.1 million. Takes down the blinds and antes. And Papadakis, King 8 offsuit on the button with 7 bigs. Good opportunity to move all in, steal the blinds and antes. Get called. Fighting chance with our King and our 8. Goofy folding in the small blind. Camerata scooping that one with the 10 deuce of clubs. Goofy on the button, ace jack off suit, 5.7 million. Raising to 530k. Just a tad over 2.5 times the big blind. Gilly, Queen Jack off suit, call or rejam. Doesn't really want to be folding. and eventually decides to fold. I believe he would have seen a flop for a small bit of a smaller raise size, just being put off by close to 3x from the button. Do feel like our hand is just too strong. Cedric moving all in, 7 blinds, pocket 4s. Camerata on the button, ace king off suit action. The all in and call, 3.3 million in the middle. Cedric ahead. Camerata with ace king. Pocket 4s, 61%. Ace king, 39. Flop, 4 ace deuce, 2 diamonds. Cedric way out in the lead with the set. Turn coming a diamond, giving a straight draw. Or sorry, a king high flush draw to Camerata. The river coming to king, but not the diamond. Cedric will double up to 3.3 million. Just lost 7 bigs. Not much has changed. Christian out in front with 35, playing still over 7 million. Goofy less than $1 million behind. Then there's a bit of a difference. Reaver stacks around 3 million, give or take, and then 2.6 for Camerata, 2.9 for Poratov. It is all to play for here. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, as we will play this level and one more level tonight. Make sure to tune in tomorrow, where we will crown a champion with a sum of €107,300. Of course, the title. First, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth will all get a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket as well. 40 players currently remaining from a starting field of 3,359. Action. Pocket Rockets are back in force, this time for Christos, playing 7 big blinds. Only one move, just moves it all in. Jelly on the button looking for a count. Being off suit. Galley with the decision here. Just 6 big blinds. We'd have to move all in over the top. The raise coming from under the gun +2. Eyes to let it go. Christian out the way, and Portov won't be calling an additional million with 10 high. Lines and antes is all Christos can get on this occasion. 39 players remaining now. Christian raise with the 6-4 offsuit on the button. Cedric holding the big blind. Better CJ says, wiggle don't jiggle. My money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. Christos moving all in with ace-10 off suit, 1.7 million under the gun. Cedric moving all in from the small blind with ace-8 of hearts. We're going to see some action here. Christos against Cedric, 3.9 million in the middle. Christos way ahead here, 69%, 31% for the ace-8 of hearts. Flop, Jack 3, 3, 2 hearts. Not a good flop for the ace-10. Cedric now, Outsville, turn, the queen of hearts. That's one of the, eliminate Christos. River card able to save and nut flush on that board. Ace-8 of hearts gets richer. Ace-10 off suit out the door. Ortov all in for 2.4 million with Jack-10 of clubs. It's going to come around to Sheldon in the small blind, playing a stack of 3.1 million with pocket fives. Sheldon with the decision, 2.3 million more for him to call. Would be a fair fight here. Small pocket pairs play better. People think sometimes you gotta win your flips, but that's the thing. We are flipping at best here with the pocket fives. Mucks it. Goofy. That one down. Not Goofy. Andre. That's a good result for the Jack 10 of clubs. You don't really want to be called by a pair there, even if you are ahead or flipping. Better to just take down the blinds and antes. Very nice hand to have in an all-in confrontation, however. Jack 10 suited and the Queen Jack suited playing very well. Yeah, very well put, Lightning Soul. That is exactly what I'm saying. Christian, King Jack off suit. Can afford to open this one. 450k, playing 7 million behind. Pocket fours opting to see a flop here. Hoping for a 4, of course. Flop, 10, 7, 5. Interesting here by Camerata. Donk betting all in on 10, 7, 5. Not believing his opponent's going to have that strong of a hand. Chip leader raising at the table. Get him to fold exactly the kind of hand that he has, a King Jack or a weak ace. And doesn't think Christian will be raising much hands that contain a 7, 5 or a 10 in their hand. Unless it was maybe like Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, King 10 suited, Ace 10 suited. Therefore, he's figuring his pocket fours are going to be ahead on this flop a lot. He's read the situation correctly and went all in. But he's got to be careful making a move like that. If you are snapped, you are not looking good. I was not expecting to see him make that donk move all in on 10, 7, 5 or 4, 4, but nicely played. Takes down that pot and gets the optimal outcome, getting all that extra juice that was already there for the taking. The average stack now 4.6 million, 36 players remaining. We'll play down one more level after this one. There will be a short break very soon. We will come back and we will play one more level. Don't go anywhere. Last level is always interesting of the night. Big stacks can put so much pressure on the smaller stacks. The smaller stacks have to make moves. And although the play can go down a little bit, everyone wanting to make that day 3. I love the last levels of the night. really separates the men from the boys sometimes. Got to stay till the job's done. Those championship rounds are the most important. Cedric raising with the Queen Jack off suit to 500k. Sheldon folding, Goofy folding. Amarata, who we've seen just pick up that pot with the pocket fours. Ace-3 of diamonds on the button. Let's it go. Gelly in the small. You've heard the men. There will be a break after this hand, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not go anywhere. Stay tuned for the conclusion of day 2, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Be back in a few moments.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe Main Event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge, located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena, to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe Main Event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. The final level of the mini main event of the World Series of Poker circuit. €250 buy-in. German Schnitzel has just got moved for a table with a whopping 11 million in his stack. Christian second place, 33 big blinds. Goofy 28, Cedric 27. And the rest of the players just above 20 big blinds or less. And I suspect this new player at table, calling themselves German Schnitzel, is going to be quite the comedian. Always like a good character at our table to finish off the day. Let's see what he brings. Action is back underway. If you were just joining, my name is Action Dan. I'm your host and commentator for this remaining level and all of tomorrow until we crown a champion live at the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Average stack 4.66 million, 36 players remaining. Small blind 125k, big blind 250k with a running big blind ante of 250k. It's a quarter of a million and 125k coming off your stack, so over $500,000, 625k every time the blinds and antes hit you. Means you've got to go all in to stay alive. You've got to make some moves. You can't be just sitting there folding your arms and your hands. Indeed. This will be the last time I will mention this tonight, but we are running a special promo just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10 Get 10% off your order at the King's shop so you can dress like a king. You can find out all the information about the King's Resort and the merchandise store itself at the website www.kingsresort.com. Ria Krika, the background noise still continue to be as loud as it was. Maybe I think it was really loud because there was none for the first minute or so. All players are going to be very tired at this late stage. They know they've only got 40 minutes. Bag and tag, come back tomorrow with a fresh mindset. Really put themselves in a position to get down to that final table, secure one of those tickets and go for gold. Sometimes we do have people talking at the table, but the background noises are very much in the background. They can be sometimes a little loud, but then adjusted back. Boratov in the small blind, 2.3 million, less than 10 bigs now for Andre. Just decides to let that one go. Cedric would have had an ace. A decision on his hands with the ace-deuce of diamonds. Christos, that's actually not Christos because Christos was eliminated, but bear with us with the graphics. That is a different player whose name is Alexandra Luz Brazil. And Camerata going all in over the top with King Queen of Hearts. Boratov folding, Renault folding, and Cooper getting out of the way with his Jack 8 of Hearts. Will be back. To Alexandra. We'll get that graphic updated and fixed for you momentarily. Just know that it is not Christos, because Christos was eliminated before the break. Off suit for Goofy. Folds. Rata folds. Reviewed the raise to 575k in power top with pocket threes in the decision in the cutoff. Likely get out of the way with the baby pair. Cedric, pocket sevens on the button. Cedric's just calling with the pocket sevens on the button. Flop is king 6-6. Goofy checking it over. I like this, a little bit sneaky, trappy. Like he is cutting out a raise, which I'm not too fond of. If we want to sell the story that we don't have a king, we wouldn't put in a raise here. I don't like this. It looks too strong. We're not going to do this without a king here on king 6-6 out of position. We're just going to get our opponent to fold. We might have got another street of value. We might got our opponent to bluff if they were bluffing. Just sell the story that we have a hand like an ace high type hand. Or even a hand like 8s, 9s, 10s. Jacks perhaps. Even queens would check call this flop. Some of the time at least. Christian raising with the 9 high here to 575k. Funny comment from ECW King. Let's get the pot. Whenever I slow play something, they always get there by the river. Indeed. Also, you can make the argument that, like, why would our opponent ever raise us here with a king on king 6-6? And in a sense, then, it could almost look fluffy from our perspective, but the fact that we're out of position, we're just better off calling, seeing what develops on the turn and river. We get more value when our opponents are bluffing. That's the bottom line. Rozvadov with 9 big blinds, Cooper with 9, Jelly with 10, Papadakis with 12, 16 for Camarada, Reno with 17, Goofy 27, Christian 31, and out in front is our new player, the German Schnitzel with 43 big blinds. Jelly moving all in. He's queen off suit, 2.5 mil under the gun. $35 players remaining now. All players now guaranteed €2,389. Sheldon out the way. All players are going to be exhausted at this stage, just wanting to get this level over with, go to bed and come back with a fresh approach. It hurts so much to make a huge mistake here with the last 10 hands or so. You'll be kicking yourself on the way to the bar. I've done it many times and I certainly wouldn't be ordering 1 pint. Hard to sleep after that. Your mind is racing, you're running on adrenaline, you're tired, but the difference in bagging up chips and going to bed, even if you don't get that much sleep, the sleep you do get is good. Get up, get a good breakfast, coffee, hit the gym, do some cold therapy or breathing or meditation, whatever works for you. Over some hands with some friends and then get stuck in like your life depends on it. And Murata betting 250k with his 10-7 of hearts on Queen Queen 9. Battle of the blinds, you'll see many of those tomorrow as we will play down to a final table. As we go 6, 7 and 8 handed, pay jumps, the dynamics so different tomorrow than it is now. What you get is people playing tighter, which means being folded around to the cutoff and the button and the small blind more often, which can create battles of the blinds. You can't just let people keep stealing your blinds and antes. You gotta have a strategy to combat this. Average stack almost hitting 5 million now, 34 players remaining. Cooper picking up a massive hand here. Ace king off suit. All in for the 2.5 million, and Gelly on the button here. King Queen of clubs, lovely hand. Problem is the raise come from early position, full table, at least 8-handed. Big enough decision here for Gelly. Could just let it go. Lives to fight another day with his 10 big blinds. Wants to be the one going all in, not calling off this close to the end of the day. Closer than you would think, that King Queen suited. It's a great hand to gamble with, but that the whole thing is we don't want to be gambling. We want to bag chips for ourselves in that spot tomorrow. That was a button for Schnitzel. Ace Jack off suit. 10 million. Gonna raisey daisy. Much is he making it? 575 is the bet. Christian in the small blind. What's happened here is Boratov called the additional 325k, 1.5 million in the middle. Actually, the graphics dated here, it's an all-in and a call. 4.4 million in the middle. King 10 deuce is the flop. Schnitzel 76% favorite to knock out Boratov. Turn the 10 of spades. The ace jack still way out in front. The one favorite. River the ace. And that's an amazing card for Boratov. Getting the Splitsville out of that somehow. Incredible. We've seen a lot of chops today and a lot of big pairs. Much more action to come tomorrow. No idea who else is left in the field, but I presume there's one or two characters floating about there somewhere. That's quite the name. Alexandre de Souza Lusa, Brazil. Queen off suit for Kelly. So hand 90. Camerata, ace king off suit. Another elimination, 33 players remaining. Camerata's not messing around here, moving all in for almost 20 big blinds from early position. For me, this is just a bit overkill. But I can't blame players just wanting to secure the Camerata has given Christian an opportunity to get away from a hand that would have almost always rejammed or at the very least called and seen a flop. Ace King a beat major favourite. As it stands, he's shoving that many big blinds. I would not be. I really feel like Christian is going to get away from this here. But decided that it's going to be weaker than his ace queen suited, most likely. And as it stands, Camerata has played this, I'm not going to say fantastically, because we want to get called by inferior hands, weaker aces, weaker kings. And if Christian had thought about this for a bit longer, he's realised he's risking 5 million here, hoping he's flipping or hoping he's ahead, but as it stands, he's actually crushed. This is horrific. 10 million in this pot is huge. The difference here is just monumental. Ouch is right. Christian, after all his hard work all day, was going to need help here. 40% with his ace queen of hearts, a heart in the window, ace jack 3, 1 heart, really 80% now for the ace king to have 10 million coming back tomorrow. Turn, the 9 of clubs, no heart sweat, just a queen and a queen only. The river, 5. I've really got a feel for Christian there. Like, I don't blame him for going with the hand after Camerata is surely not going to shove ace king for that amount, even though that's exactly what he did. It just puts him down less than 2.5 million now. that's going to stay with him. It'll be hard to sleep tonight. Such a strong hand in Ace King of Hearts, of course. You don't, not knocking the man or not having a go at him. It's just, he thought about it for a bit longer. He might have just edged past for 5 million chips. His opponent's hardly just going to shove 5 million with ace jack off suit, you know, ace jack suit. It just wouldn't do it, I don't think. And although our opponent should not be shoving ace king for that many big blinds, especially when we block it with ace queen of hearts, we are hoping to see something like pocket tens or pocket nines, pocket jacks. Therefore, I think in that exact situation, we can just let the ace queen of hearts go. You can only make so many good decisions in one day. Yeah, that's right, Lightning Soul. And the problem is the odd time when our opponent does have ace king, we are up shit's creek without a paddle. But I wouldn't expect someone to just shove that many blinds all in from early position with ace king. In general, we want to be creating and generating action with a hand as strong as ace king and get lesser kings to call, lesser aces to call, get rejams. But at the same time, we don't want to be necessarily just calling it all off with ace king either. He's just trying to take down the blind Zantes and stack his chips for tomorrow. It worked out unbelievably well for him there. A pot of 10 million going his way is just music to his ears as this day draws to a close. Sheldon with Jack 7 of clubs from the small blind playing 10 bigs. 31 players remaining now. We had 2 eliminations, one at our table, or no, not at our table, 2 eliminations from the hour tables. Alexandra getting a walk. Ace queen this time for Jelly. 3.1 million in his stack. He'll just move it all in. Everybody folding. Ace Jack off suit for Schnitzel. 30 players remaining now. Speaking of Ace King, here it is again. Christian moving all in for 2.3 million. Another Ace Jack out there. Ace Jack won't be doing much with it. They're raising an all in front of him. First tournament basically. Give or take a blind or two. This is going to come back around to German Schnitzel. He's going to call Christian in a great spot to go back to 5 million. And Schnitzel needing help, just 17%. %83% for Christian. He is the one at risk. He's got a hold. The flop. King 7-2. Brilliant start for Christian. Turn coming to 3 of diamonds. That's going to do it. He got the job done. That will do for Christian. Back to 5.2 million. Bittersweet for Christian. You've heard the man. That concludes today's play for day 2, World Series of Poker Mini Main Event. The circuit events, of course. There is how we are shaping up as they go to bed after they bag their chips. Thank you all for hanging out on the Twitch chat. Much appreciated. Make sure to tune in for more action tomorrow live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. But for now, I've been Action Dan. You've been a great audience. Good night.
$150 video.